morning, honorable guests, speakers, panelists, executives, ladies and gentlemen, as well as members of the press. On behalf of ITD, I would like to welcome all of you to the ITD Forum 2017. This year is organized under the topic, Linking Trade and Development for Inclusive and Sustainable Growth. And for this morning, I'm pretty sure everyone would expect that today we will have a lot of body of knowledge concerning trade and development. As all of us might have known already that the paradigm and the overview of trade and development in our 21st century has been very interesting because there are many implications and many phenomena occurring during the 21st century: digitalization, trade negotiation, connectivity, and many others. And this year, Forum 2017, organized by ITD, will provide a lot of account upon that. But before that, I would like to give the overview of this first day Forum 2017. First of all, we'll have the formality. And of course, we will have the honor, because today the keynote speaker for the first session is Dr. Supachai Panichapak, who is the former WTO Director General, as well as the Secretary General for UNCTAD as well. And Dr. Supachai will give the talk upon the topic, A New Paradigm in Trade and Development in the Age of Rising Protectionism and Populism. And afterwards, there will be a panel discussions in the topic, The New Trade Facilitation Agreement, A New Horizon for Developing Countries. And afterwards, we will going to have the lunch break approximately at 12. And one thing today, the hotel will have their annual fire alarm test. It's right on this day, yeah? And that is scheduled on this particular day at 12:15 or 12:15. And that noise will last for 3 minutes. And I asked the management of this hotel already, and they asked me to communicate that none of us need to run. And therefore, we can enjoy and relax our lunch. And afterwards, during the afternoon session, we will have the session 2 upon the topic of connectivity, development, and regional integration, the agenda of CMLVT. Following by the late afternoon, we'll have the session 3, building the digital economy, a digital trade imperative. And finally, we will conclude today's sessions by approximately 5 p.m. And now I would like to bring every one of us to proceed further to the formality. And first of all, I would like to invite the Executive Director of ITD to welcome all participants. And please give a big round of applause for Dr. Kamalin Pinit Puwadon. Please give him a big hand.
Dr. Supachai Panichapak, former Secretary General of UNCTAD, Associate Professor Sopon Napathon, Vice Minister of Education, Minister of Education, Thailand, Dr. Mia Miki, Director Trade, Investment and Innovation Division, UNSCAP, Mrs. Viraya Puthi Bandit, from Department of Trade Negotiation, Ministry of Commerce, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Sawasdee Krap. On behalf of ITD, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you to this Trade and Development Regional Forum 2017. This year's Regional Forum is dedicated to the theme of linking trade and development for inclusive and sustainable growth. This Regional Forum is a platform to provide an opportunity for stakeholders for discussion, share experience on emerging issues in the area of trade and development. We are currently experiencing fundamental change in the pattern of globalization, which will have profound implications on current and future trade and developments. For instance, within the trade development space, there are currently at least 4 important forces playing out in the global policy arena. First, a growing support for trade development, especially for developing countries. Take the example of the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreements, which came into force in February this year. It's still the biggest global trade deal this century. It reduces time it takes for goods to cross border and will therefore cut trade costs dramatically. Full implementation of the agreements could reduce trade costs globally by an average of 14.3%. The framework agreements on facilitation of cross-border paperless trade in Asia-Pacific regions, which was adopted last year, provide a new tools and digital complement for better implementation of the WTO agreements on trade facilitation and facilitate cross-border e-commerce. The arrival of digital technology changed the trade landscape and provide more opportunity by creating access to the global market. According to UNCTAD World Investment Report 2017, more than 50% of our global trade are enabled by the Internet. The UNCTAD lead initiative entitled E-Trade for All aims to improve the ability of developing countries, and particularly least developed countries, to use and benefit from e-commerce. The WTO Lead Aid for Trade initiative encourages developing countries' governments to recognize the role that can play in development. Aid for Trade can help developing and least developed countries in improving their capacity to connect to global market and lower trade costs. Aid for Trade helped advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. A growing resistance to globalization and free trade agreements is giving rise to protectionism. It's become more apparent in the past decades, also exacerbated by the economic slowdown and jobless growth in specific sector of economy. This two-day forum organized by ITD is certainly an opportune occasion to shed light and explore new paths towards inclusive and sustainable development. During this two-day forum, we will narrow our work to some select challenges and topics, such as the new trade facilitation agreements, a new horizon for developing countries, connectivity, development and regional integration, the agenda for CLMVT, building digital economy, One Belt, One Road initiative, outlook for future trade and investment in the region South, and enriching global value chain through the circular economy, future education for future trade and investment. There will also be 3 keynote speeches at this important event. The first keynote speech will entitle A New Paradigm in Trade and Development in the Age of Rising Protectionism and Populism by Dr. Supachai Panichapak, former WTO Director General and former UNCTAD Secretary General. Dr. Surin Pitsuwan, former ASEAN Secretary General, will present the second keynote speech on new geopolitical challenge to regional cooperation and integration. The third keynote speech will be given by Dr. Kanit Sangsupan, Secretary General of EEC Thailand, on linking EEC for trade and investment within Thailand 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm that ITD operates as a regional training center. Its main objective is to strengthen the capacity of Asian and other countries to deal with a broad range of regional and international trade and development issues, and to help them integrate effectively into the global economic system. Today, ITD's activities focus on 5 key areas of work, including trade, investment and development under the auspices of UNCTAD. Since ITD is the outcome of the cooperation agreement between the government of Thailand and the United Nations during the 10th session of UNCTAD held in Bangkok in the year 2000. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, ASEAN and CLMV countries, education, social issues, and legal aspects on trade investment under bilateral, regional, and multilateral framework are also ITD's main area of work. So I would like to thank warmly all participants and resource persons for accepting our invitation to join this regional forum on trade and development 2017. I would like to take this opportunity to thank warmly the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, or UNSCAP, the Ministry of Education, the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Trade Negotiation, Ministry of Commerce, and the Thailand Convention and Exhibition Bureau for the kind and support of this forum. I would like also to thank all those at ITD who have made this regional forum possible. Last but not least, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Associate Professor Sopon Napathon, Vice Minister for Education, Ministry of Education, for his opening remark. I wish you all are very productive today, so thank you very much.
Well, and that was the introductory remark as well as the welcome remark from the Executive Director of ITD, Dr. Kamalin Pinit Puwadon. And now I would like also to invite the Director of Trade, Investment and Innovation Division from the UNESCO, Dr. Mia Mikic. Please give her a big round of applause.
Good morning, dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank the International Institute for Trade and Development for inviting ESCAP to partner in this very important event. ESCAP and ITD have developed a strong collaborative relationship over the last decade, and we hope to continue to strengthen our joint efforts on capacity building on trade-related issues in the region. Speaking of trade, I think everyone here is fully aware of the role of trade playing in the development of many economies, especially in Asia and the Pacific. We all know about Asian tigers, about the tiger cubs, about the Asian century. Most miraculous of all, we also know about China using trade-led development model to elevate 700 million people above the poverty line since 1980. Looking at beyond this horizon, India is already the world's hub for service outsourcing, while more recently Bangladesh, Laos PDR, Myanmar, and the countries alike are starting to attract much needed foreign direct investments to build infrastructure and productive capacity. At the same time, it cannot be said that an expansion in trade does not lead to potential disruptions. As consumers are benefiting from lower prices and more choices, it is inevitable that other groups would be negatively affected. The answer to these negative effects is to help the affected industries to channel their resources into more competitive and sustainable paths. The answer is not protecting them at the cost of stopping necessary structural reforms and technological progress. Trade practitioners and trade theorists both know that building fences might protect some, but only for a short time, while simultaneously hurting many over the long run. Making sure that the prosperity which arises from trade expansion is better shared across a society requires many things, but building fences is not among them. It is therefore saddening to see that the world is actually, in fact, moving towards building fences. Across the political spectrum, we have witnessed a rise in a nationalist, populist, protectionist rhetoric and the events that do not lead to freer and fairer trade. It is said because of the rapid rise in international trade that we saw between 1980 and 2011 that was faster than the growth of GDP, is now really come to the very low level. Only in recent months, actually, we are seeing some pickup, and hopefully this will be continued. However, there are still dark clouds on the horizon, in particular because of the sustained increase in non-tariff barriers, the measures that have distortionary effects on trade and much more disruptive than the tariffs. The last 2 years has seen nearly 1,500 new measures instituted in the worldwide trade. These measures were assessed as almost certainly being imposed with the aim of discriminating against foreign commercial interests. At present, we all know the United States is currently considering using national security as the argument for protecting steel and aluminum industries, something that was unthinkable just recently. While the WTO concluded that trade restrictiveness increased only modestly, the process of liberalization that fueled previous trade growth was clearly absent during this period of stagnant trade. Looking toward the future, an issue fast approaching or perhaps already at our doorsteps is the huge potential impact of digital trade and e-commerce. Trade growth is normally measured in volumes traded. However, this measure largely misses out on trade that has zero volume, the trade in digital goods and services. Such trade is much harder to measure, but we already know that is becoming very significant, not only for trade, but also employment and increasing security to the many people in the region. Unfortunately, as much as these are clear benefits from digital trade, and indeed digital technologies that are not trade-related, think, for example, in government and education, the taxation of ICT goods, including high tariffs, remain an issue. This problem is particularly prominent among the developing countries, where ICTs are often considered luxury and need to be taxed as such. For example, we know some LDC, least developed countries, that tax ICT in excess of 50%, including a 14% tariff, for example, on some of the very simple technologies, pushing many ICT products out of reach for many consumers. ICTs have strong positive externalities, and taxing ICT is like taxing schools. The lack of understanding of the nature of digital trade, which gives rise to restrictive policies slowing down digital trade, such as restrictions on cross-border data flows and forced data center location, are also of growing concerns. This is not to mention policies and taxes which do not enable affordable and easy access to internet-provided services, limiting the inclusive potential of the digital economy. Going back to the need for improvements in border administration and customs procedures and transport and communication infrastructure, fully taking advantage from digital trade will require these improvements. A lack of action on this front will put countries at risk of being left further behind. Therefore, I would like to invite all the countries in the Asia-Pacific region to actually come along and sign the already mentioned framework agreement on facilitation of cross-border paperless trade, because it is very much in line in facilitating this modern digital trade in this modern time. To conclude, in addition to the issues I have brought up, let me also note that trade is not just about the exchange of goods. It also includes flows of capital. Think, for example, about Belt and Road Initiative, knowledge spillovers through technology transfer and innovation. Often innovation results from people moving around to share and gain new skills and knowledge. Stopping such flows may be detrimental for the development of some economies. Now, more than ever, we need to confront the rising tide of protectionism and the mentality that trade is a zero-sum game. There is a standard joke among the economists that if you put 10 economists in a room, you will get 11 opinions. But this is not so with respect to trade. 95% of economists agree or strongly agree that free trade is good and in the long run gains are larger than any costs that may appear in the short run. By the way, the other 5% are not sure about this. According to the latest public perception survey that was done with our network within ESCAP on preferential free trade agreements, 86% of respondents agreed that regional trade agreements are good for their economy, while 75% of respondents think that regional trade agreements are good economic policy and that they have a significant positive effect on inclusive and equitable trade. More importantly, ordinary people, such as citizens in developing countries in Asia, see trade and cross-border movements as a strong driver of their continued prosperity. We must build on this conviction and adopt policies so that we can deliver beneficial trade to meet expectations of so many left waiting in both developing and developed countries. This event, therefore, will be one of the stepping stones towards that result. On behalf of ESCAP, I thank you for your contribution in deliberations that will take place over the next 2 days and look forward to engage in active discussions. I thank you very much for your attention.
Well, and that was the comprehensive and very powerful introductory remark by Dr. Mia Mikic, the Director of Trade and Investment and Innovation Division from UNESCAP. And I would like to invite the Human Resource Officer expert level from the Department of Trade Negotiations, Ministry of Commerce of Thailand, Mrs. Virya Puthibandit, to be on the stage. Please give her a big warm welcome.
Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Department of Trade Negotiations, Ministry of Commerce, Thailand, partner of the regional forum organized by the International Institute of Trade and Development, ITD, I wish you a very good morning. The theme for this year's forum, Linking Trade Development for the Inclusive and Sustainable Development, can be seen as a response to concern on the outcome of the globalization and international trade expansion. There is a feeling by many across the world that those at the top of the capturing the lion's shares of growth, suffering of social frustration, populist and protectionist discourse are benefit from the increased support notable in the West. In Asia, however, the commitment of free trade and regional integration and generally remain very strong, and trade is still considered as the key tool to achieve development. Yet here too, policymakers, economics professionals, representative of civil society, and others are thinking of the new approach and model to ensure that trade becomes to even more powerful to deliver inclusive and sustainable growth. I am confident that during the two-day forum, you will have the many opportunities to explore ongoing and future strategies to further the role of trade in the achieve share, possibility, and sustainable development. Department of Trade Negotiations, Ministry of Commerce is working across the board of overcome to the current challenge on free trade and reach a new horizon, which key trade partner in the region and beyond in the regard the ASEAN Community, AEC, CLMVT forums, the One Belt One Road Initiative, Thailand Project of the Eastern Economic Corridor, EEC, are all excellent platform and strategy to stimulate trade and investment and achieve inclusive, sustainable and resilient growth and country and the region. To conclude, let me wish you very productive discussion in the next 2 days. I do hope this the event through exchange of the view and new idea will contribute to the already beyond debate of the future trade and its impact and more inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you.
Well, that was Kun Virya Puthibandit, the Human Resource Office expert level, Department of Trade Negotiations, and from the Ministry of Commerce of Thailand. Well, and now I would like to proceed further to the opening address And today we are very honored to have the Vice Minister for the Ministry of Education for the opening ceremony of the Forum 2017. And may I now invite Associate Professor Dr. Sopon Napathon, the Vice Minister of Ministry of Education, to be upon the stage for the opening remarks. Please give him a big warm welcome.
Dr. Supachai Panichapak, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Thailand, it is my great pleasure and profound honor to welcome you all for this Trade and Development Regional Forum 2017, organized by the International Institute for Trade and Development, or the ITD. Today, it is a truism to say that we are experiencing difficult times with growing social impatience from persistent inequalities of income, from wealth and opportunities, global economic stagnation, weakening commitment to multilateralism, and climate change, to name a few of the current challenges we need to address. I must, of course, also mention the impact, both potentially positive and negative, of the ongoing Fourth Industrial Revolution, as we already know. Furthermore, the fast pace of innovation makes it increasingly difficult for governments to design and implement laws and regulations even before they become obsolete or useless. The world has stepped into an era of great uncertainty with a significant risk of backlash for peace and progress achieved. In the multilateral framework by globalization, and yet returning to business as usual is no longer an option because the model, though successful in many ways, has left too many behind. Over the past several years, a wide consensus has emerged among the international community on a new global growth agenda that places people, living standards, and environment at the heart of economic policy and international integration to turn the current vicious cycle of stagnation and dispersion into a virtuous cycle of inclusive and sustainable growth. As far as trade is concerned, the question is now how it can enhance shared prosperity and improve the welfare of all. This question on the effect of trade and economic development, the distribution of benefits, and how it may restrain the policy space is no longer limited to developing countries, but is relevant all over the world. And there goes the theme of this regional forum, linking trade and development for inclusive and sustainable growth. In this regard, the role of governments is key to redesign and reinvent policies to respond more effectively to decelerating growth and rising inequalities. New policies should target at empowering all people to contribute and benefit from a fair share of economic expansion. Removing barriers to opportunity is not enough. Policymakers must also furnish all people, including marginalized groups, with the capacity to flourish, giving them strong foundations for learning and adapting throughout their life in a fast-changing and often disruptive world. The digital revolution and other new technologies, while providing vast opportunities for such inclusion, are also raising additional challenges. For instance, the demand for high skills and investments from people and firms induced by the digitalization and automation have a huge potential impact on employment and equity. As emphasized in the Reserve World Investment Report by UNCTAD, investment and investment policies will play a critical role in transforming these challenges into opportunities. Likewise, and as Deputy Minister of Education, it is very dear to my heart the role of education at the age of a knowledge economy is key to diffuse opportunities, income, security, and well-being as part of the growth process. In this global context of transformation, I strongly believe in a leading role for Asia. Actually, there is one way of looking at history of humanity to support this. From the cradle of civilization, the Fertile Crescent in the Middle East, one may believe in a go-west trend of innovation and economic leadership throughout the ages on our planet. When you keep going to the west, you will eventually arrive in the Far East. And indeed, it has already been decades since Japanese firms started to put their footprint on innovation leadership. And we can say likewise in Korea, Taiwan, and in the more recent period, continental Asia. Moreover, Asia has undoubtedly become the major engine of global growth and trade expansion in recent periods. Of course, Asia has been in the history of technology and innovation since the beginning. It is now the time for Asia to go up front and lead the way towards new approach of development through innovation, deeper regional integration, and increased connectivity. Asian economies may not only be continue and propel global growth, but also be major promoters and initiators for inclusive and harmonious development. Obviously, Thailand has a role to play to shape these regions' future, and the Thai government is committed to this task. With the design of a new economic model based on creativity and innovation, Thailand 4.0, the Eastern Economic Corridor Development Project that notably aims at increasing regional connectivity, and the country's presence and initiatives in several regional platforms to promote and open regionalism and a deeper integration. Moreover, the Ministry of Education has launched the 20-year strategic education plan that aims at enhancing and developing the potential of human capital, ensuring justice and reducing social disparities, strengthening the economy and enhancing competitiveness on a sustainable basis, promoting green growth for sustainable development, bringing out national stability for national development toward prosperity and sustainability, and enhancing the efficiency of public sector management and promoting good governance. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, making the cake bigger is no longer enough. We are at the time when we need greater social participation in the process and benefits of growth. Moreover, while trade clearly fuels economic growth, it is time to increase its impact on development to achieve fairer outcomes for all. It is time to link trade and development for inclusive and sustainable growth. I wish you all a very fruitful today forum. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, the Vice Minister, Associate Professor Sopon Napathorn, for the opening remark for this. Well, The Vice Minister has already addressed initially that we are in the era of great uncertainty. In whichever way that we might feel about that word, it is the fact and the truth. And the only way that we can turn all the threat and all the uncertainty into opportunity for every one of us is to collaborate together, not only people in the circle of trade development, but rather in other sectors as well, including education, which is of course a strong fundamental to turn this world into a very pleasant one towards the globalization of the 21st century. And of course, he addresses many factors in which we need to address in these 2 days of forum. And now we are approaching the opening ceremony of the Forum 2017 this time, and alongside the Vice Minister of Education of Thailand, Associate Professor Sopon Napathorn, I would like to invite executives from ITD, from UNESCO, from the Ministry of Commerce, speakers and honorable guests to be upon the stage to join together with the Vice Minister of Education for the opening ceremony of the 2-day Trade and Development Regional Forum 2017, linking trade and development for inclusive and sustainable growth. Well, and upon the stage, of course, honorable guests, speakers, and some panelists together, and we are now approaching to the opening ceremony, and I will signal the countdown from 5, and once the Vice Minister places his palm on the glass bowl, we will signal and we'll declare the Regional Forum 2017 opened. Are you ready to join me? But don't let me count alone, because a key to a successful world is the collaboration. Everyone's voice counts. Are you ready? 5, 3, 2, 1. Well, and now the ITD Trade and Development Regional Forum 2017 declared open, linking trade and development for inclusive and sustainable growth. And now we will spare some minutes for the photographers to take this moment to keep them into our memory. This is for the step further to turn all uncertainty into the opportunity to ensure that every one of us in this entire planet will moving together sustainably and inclusively. And once more, please give a big hand to everyone upon the stage. Well, thank you very much, every one of us upon the stage. Thank you very much for joining us in the opening ceremony. Well, as all of us might know, that this Regional Forum 2017 is a 2-day event. And we have, of course, many panel discussions, panels, round tables, as well as we have many interesting keynote speakers who will address key points for all of us who are, of course, the stakeholders of the trade and development of our era, the 21st century's globalization. And now I would like to proceed everyone further to the first keynote speaker. He is a very familiar face and contribute really a lot. Our first keynote speaker is a former WTO Director General from 2002 to 2005. And he's the former Secretary General of UNCTAD during 2005 to 2013. And now please join me in welcoming Dr. Supachai Panichapak.
Dr. Sopon Napathorn, Vice Minister for Education. Dr. Kamalin Pinit Puwadon, Director of the International Institute for Trade and Development. Dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a rare occasion that these days I would have the chance to be speaking at least about some of the issues which used to preoccupy me for more than a few decades, and particularly in the last decade when I was very closely involved with the rise, I wouldn't say and fall, the rise of the multilateral trading system throughout the 1990s into the beginning of the new millenniums, and now I don't want to predict the demise of the system, but when I heard the MC announcing that we're going to have a fire alarm test, I thought he was meant it for the global trading system. Fire alarm test. It actually made me think that something like this kind of test, a sort of a fire alarm test, should be also instigated in the case of the multilateral trading system and also globalization. We should raise some fire alarms sometime because, as you all know, we are very much at a crossroad, as a crossroad of how to wriggle ourselves out of the so-called the new normal situation. For me, it's not new and it's not normal. But people call it new normal, so I use it new normal. It's not new because situation like this happens way before, when during the times of the GATT, when we didn't have the World Trade Organization, people just went their way to have their own kind of trade liberalization efforts that more or less has left out the rest of the world, which has been the South, the European countries. And the GATT has been called a sort of rich man club, things like that. We changed that. That's why I said the rise of the global trading system after 1994, 95, when we actually established the World Trade Organization, was really a significant time, a sort of purple patch leading up until 2006, 2007, when we're now being confronted with a totally new configuration, totally new scenario in which we may not have faced before. We may not have faced before. And so I find this conference, the regional forum as organized by the ITD, is something which is proverbial timely to be discussing inclusive trade, sustainable trade and sustainable development. To have sustainable development, you need sustainable trading system as well. But if you look around, situation is not very conducive for the things that we would have to rehabilitate. Now, a couple of years ago, a big storm was raised, not only in the teacup, but a big storm was raised because one of the world's foremost economists, Professor Samuelson, Robert Samuelson, wrote an article before he passed away, a few years before he passed away. But it was a few years ago already. But I mention this because this comes a time in which we need to discuss things like this even more. Normally, Professor Samuelson, together with most of the American economists, would have supported liberal free trading system, right? Normally, they are the one who actually help move the free trade agenda forward. But what Professor Samuelson wrote a few years before he passed away was very significant in the way that he addressed the issue from the other side. He addressed the issue from the side of the impact of the free trade on global development, on global transfer of technology, on the global creation of jobs, which is something not always being done in the areas of economics of trade. Because normally we discuss trade in the areas of exchanges of goods and services and tariffs, and whatnot. But impact of trade, most of the time it has always been, as far as I could recall, it has been the United Nations system, and particularly UNCTAD. And I'm very pleased to see one of my dear colleagues from UNCTAD, Sir Paul Hansen, being part of our meeting today, so that you can hear from the horse's mouth what UNCTAD is thinking about all this sort of thing, not only in trade facilitation. But it was mainly the development side of the argument that has always argued that it's not trade for trade per se. Trade is only a means to achieve other things. Value added, level of productivity to be increased, transfer of technology, certain gains in certain areas, value added. So this is something that we want to establish, and when comes a time that we have become so uncertain of the fruits of international trade on some of these economic variables, the key ones, then you would see the kind of pervasiveness, the proliferation of we are the bottom billion around the world as we are seeing today. Because what Samuelson was writing, and it was really quite controversial in those days, was that he was not very sure whether free trading system, under the circumstance, under the assumption of unlimited liberal flow of technology. You have to remember this, because in the beginning of the trade theory, trade was discussed as something which is, well, in the beginning static and then dynamic, but never in relationship with the transfer of technology. Simonson was saying that when there was free trade, and when you have countries with lower cost of production competing, that is okay, because then you can compete through R&D, as we've been saying, compete through the quality of of our products, compete through the transportation and other things, better trade facilitation and things like that. But when you have the technological development which is easily transferable throughout the world, the gains that have been made through, let's say, the cheapness of wages can be elevated to the level that it's not only the cheapness of the labor intensive and things like that. It's going to be added with the kind of quality and the kind of technology that we have never seen before. And the technology has been always, in these days, very transferable. And particularly when we are working on the opening up of the TRIPS agreement and all this sort of thing, so that the intellectual property rights could sometime be easily more easily transferable. But Samuelson was saying that the comparative advantages that used to be in the hands of the American laborers has been lost because of the cheaper laborers coming out from Asia. That is still negotiable. That's still something that can be negotiated and can be, well, not eliminated, but at least compensated by the level of productivity of those laborers in the United States. But when the productivity begins to increase in Asia, with the addition of capital investment and technological transfer, then we, the American labor forces, are going to lose out forever. That the transfer of job is going to take place on a more permanent basis. And this has actually created quite a storm, because Samuelson was saying that under the new circumstance of a free flow of technology, maybe we have to think twice. And that has created a lot of surveys in the United States, people being asked of the questions whether they're, still in support of the free trade agreements. And you can see that gradually every year in the United States, as well as in Western Europe, that the support for the multilateral system, free trade system, has been less and less every year. Whereas in other parts of the world, and particularly in Asia, the Asian economies remains quite open, very much trade-oriented. So you can see that in order to wriggle ourselves in order to wriggle, actually to move out, to jump out of this new normal situation, which is very depressing. Low growth, very, very high unemployment, youth unemployment, huge, massive, twice the size of normal rate of unemployment, trade flows around the world, anemic, 1%, 2 percentage points, compared to 6, 7, 8% before the subprime crisis. So things are really quite driven into a corner as to how we're coming out. And the way that economists has been telling the world that we should wriggle ourselves out of this by not going through the old model of export-oriented macroeconomic policies. We should turn a little bit more inward to be more balanced. What they say is to balance domestic demand with external trade. Right? We have been told that, if you have listened to some of our colleagues in the West, particularly in the United States, you would have heard that the Asians are actually the culprits of everything. The Asians, of all people, the Asians are the culprit of everything. The Asians save too much. We save too much. We send too much of cheap capital to the US so that the US consumers and households can borrow so cheaply and spend and spend and spend until they just collapse. So this is a fault of the Asian. So they turn the whole theory upside down, and what we have been told is that the Chinese, the ASEANs, and all these people in Asia, they should save less, invest less, consume more, eat more, consume more, be more greedy. You have one car, you should have 10 cars. You go on holidays once a year, that's little, that's chicken feed. You should go 10 times a year. You should keep consuming. And that should help bring back the kind of reflationary impact that we need. Now, this is a theory that I don't know how to call it a name. For me, it is just so much of a nonsense, although it's quite accepted. I've said this since the time I was in Geneva, that I don't accept this theory that we have been saving too much, that's why we create all these problems, right? The problem is that those who consume don't save at all. You see, they turn it around. Those who consume so much, they did not save, they use borrowings to consume. Why the Asians, they save, they consume, they invest, so much investment, so they create excessive capacity. Yes, the Chinese at the moment, the biggest problem in China is how to wind down the excess capacity. Problem for Asian economies as a whole is that they have been investing heavily, and now they have to wind down some of this investment, particularly now this day, last few weeks, and I just had a meeting with friends from China during the Boao the conference, you know, the Boao conference, and let me digress a little bit. Boao conference is something like the Davos conference for Asia. Davos happens in Davos, Switzerland. Boao takes place on the island of Hainan in the south of China. It has been 16 years. You might have not heard of, you might not have heard of Boao, but it's been around for 16 years. It has been something of a sort of Asian and the rest of the world getting together. Same concept as at Davos, but it's maybe a low profile. But for the first time, Boao came out of Hainan, came out of China, to be organized here in Bangkok for the first time. It's Boao outside of China. It's Boao Bangkok. So Boao Bangkok took place last week. I'm saying this because there were economists, friends from China, former trade ministers and deputy prime ministers who came over to Thailand, and we were discussing. We were discussing as to how to get organized again. How to get organized again, because the world has been disorganized, dysfunctional, in the way that the global governance is in the hands of nobody. It's in the hands of the G8, G20, but it's in the hands of nobody. It doesn't make any real impact on policies around the world. Were you not surprised when you saw President Xi Jinping appearing at the Davos conference January this year, and none of the leaders of the United States being represented there? Well, of course, Mr. Trump was still to be inaugurated and things like that. But what Mr. Trump was saying in the United States and what Mr. Xi Jinping was saying in Davos was just whole opposite. It used to be on the other side. Yeah. And now it just swapped parts. President Xi was saying, look, the ills of the world today are not because of globalization. The ills of the world today are not because of globalization. Mr. Trump in the United States was saying all the ills of today, unemployment in the United States, balance of payment deficit, all because of globalization and all these free trade agreements. So let's pull out. President Xi was saying, no, we need more of this, we need more globalization. Chinese will work with the rest of the world, with China, with Europe. The rest of the world, we want to cultivate the way we're going to create linkages and all this sort of thing. And therefore, I have conceived of this, the new Silk Road, modern Silk Road, what we call now the Belt and Road Initiative. So this is something that we were discussing last week, whether we should have a verdict on how to approach globalization. Or should we leave it like this? Should we leave it like this so that it'll be just market mechanism that would influence how globalization will move backward, forward, deglobalization happening, or resentment with globalization that is actually happening around the world so much today? I have already talked about one of the purest critics, Professor Samuelson, who used to be the supporter of globalization, expressing his concerns with the plight of the U.S. economy in the light of free trade agreement, free flow of capital, I forgot one thing, free flow of capital, and also free flow of technology. So these are the basic tenets that I just would like to present to you as something that fundamental things. Balance, demand, globalization or deglobalization, how to approach it, how to wriggle ourselves out of this process of so-called new normal. Now, I give you a few brief remarks on, let's say, the basic health of the global economy these days. You may know already better than I do, but let me go through them before I comment a little bit on how to deal with the resentments of globalization, and ending with something that I would like you to recommend to you to give it a thought. If you can do it, support it and move the agenda forward. What I would like to say is that in spite of the few swallows that we are seeing in the global economy these days, the global summer, economic summer, has not yet broken out. In spite of the few swallows, you see some swallow fly. You see, for the first time in 7 years, the IMF has been actually correcting, moving their forecasts upwards. Normally, every year, IMF would make huge forecasts, growth like that, employment like that, trade like that, and then quarter by quarter, IMF will be toning down. I used to say IMF is sort of cheerleaders for the global economy. Maybe they are they've been tasked to do that. They're global cheerleaders, keep everyone cheerful. That should not be depressed. This is the situation that we can go through. We are pushing all our money, liquidity, as never before. Have you seen this kind of thing that has happened before? Never in the history, global history. QEs 1, 2, 3 in the United States. Europe would not do QE in the beginning. Later they decided to do QE and not ended yet. Japan started to do a huge thing in QE. So you can't imagine how much cash we have flowing around the world these days. It's just tremendous, massive. And where do this cash go through? They don't have places in the US, in Europe, no viable investment situation, not yet suitable for new investment. They flow to emerging economies. They drove up the exchange rates of emerging economies to sky high. And at the time that the global economy was suffering because there was anemic growth in the modern world, in the industrialized economy, emerging economies like those of us in Asia and Latin America and some in Africa, they were carrying the burden of having growth a little bit so that we can have some decent global growth. And because of the pushing out pushing out all these funds around the world with no global governance, and they do not give a care. They don't give anything about, not worry about where the funds will flow to. So all these currencies, exchange rates of the poor economies, emerging markets, shot through the roof. And so they were stifled in the way they could trade more, because with rising exchange rates level, they lost their competitiveness. And so some of the key economies like Brazil, you can see Brazil going from one day being one of the economies of future into today economy that is just mines all sorts of difficulties and recession after recession. See, only Asia now moving forward with 3, 4, 5, 6% growth that could be maintained. But you can see that the way that we are correcting this trend of new normal and deflationary condition is not really the right way. How we could address, and the swallows that we are seeing today, swallows in the United States economies, that the Fed in the past 2 years could have raised 4 times the interest rates to now a bit over 1 percentage point, I think, 1.25, 1 to 1.25. Today, the Federal Reserve, Miss Yellen, has come out and tried to warn the world that, look, I mean, this is going to be something which is gradual. We're not trying to tell you, all the world, that we have already actually overcome all our difficulties. That is just what I read from her messages some weeks ago when they have this money market committee meeting at the Federal Reserve of the United States. It's not for sure that the twice increases in interest rates in the United States this year will be followed by 2 more, because they plan for 4 increases in interest rate. The signs that Ms. Yellen is saying that we may not be doing this interest rate rises again, it means that the U.S. economy is still not back to the same old health. It may have been able to sit up on their bed, but to start running, or even to think of competing at the 100 meters run, it's not possible. And the key issue, what the main stream economists these days are looking at is at the rate of inflation. Can you imagine today, compare it to, let's say, a few decades ago, when we had to fight against inflation? Today we are fighting against the non-rise of inflation, the deflation. Today, the U.S. Federal Reserve is saying, because inflation rate in the U.S. is just lingering, very dormant, down below 1.2, 1.3, now 1.4%, below the target of 2%. In Japan, the same thing. In Europe, in Asia, in Thailand, the same thing. Inflation rates under the target rate. And so all economists are worried. This again put me into a lot of uneasiness. Because as an economist trained in the school of central banking, I rejoice. I just rejoice in seeing that we are living in a situation where the threat to the livelihoods of the poor people because of the rising inflation is not there. We can do many things. Our money has stability. They're not losing value every year, because if inflation would have gone up so high, we would be losing the power of money every year, the value of the money. So now we're okay. Stability in the exchange rate markets, also all right, because inflation rates are not so high, so the effective real exchange rates are more or less more stable than before, because the movements in prices are not that strong, not that destabilizing. But everywhere, and they just had a huge meeting in New York, Federal Reserve, inviting all the key central bankers to sit together and think about how to unwind their quantitative easing, how to unwind the easy money policies and all this sort of thing without impacting upon the rest of the world. But I'm saying that because of this sign, the swallow in the United States is not the real summer. Not yet, not the real summer yet. And people now are doubting. That's why the stock market in US and in Asia is just, again, rising up quickly, because with no interest rate rise, it means that people can put their money into this equity and invest more into those areas without fearing the rise of interest rates. You look at Europe. Now, I have some European friends around here, I guess, but I always been straightforward with Europe. Europe would need to take care of itself. Europe cannot be a burden to the world. I'm saying this, I'm not European, and some are European, well, they never like when I say this. If you cannot take care of yourself, you will be a problem to the world, Europe. Why? Because if the euro is not strong or stable, if European economies is full of unemployed people, you cannot trade right. You cannot just trade or go around and tell people, I'm going to open my borders for everyone to come in, open my border for the goods and everybody to come in and trade and do everything. You just cannot do it in Europe. And you cannot even guarantee how the euro will survive the kind of discrepancies between different economies in Europe. Discrepancies in Europe. There's now two tracks between Northern and Southern Europe, for example. Every time Greece has to negotiate extension of IMF loan, it's a drama in Europe. Touch and go, whether we would have Greek going through or not. IMF has been telling Europe all the time, the way to resolve Greek sovereign debt issue, the only way, you need haircut. You need debt forgiveness. You cannot go through with telling the Greek economy to slow down even more and stop breathing. Slowing down until one of these days, Greece economy has been slowing down for the last 5 years. If they do it for 10 years or more, then there would be nothing left in Greece. Well, and so deflationary impact, less pension fund, everything is right. I mean, but whether it's the right time or not, too many people into the public sectors and things like that. But every time IMF has to negotiate with the Greek economy, it's a drama, and it's always at the last minute. Always at the last minute they say, okay, because otherwise if we don't do this, then the whole thing will collapse again. And so they give more. And this has been building up. It's been hundreds of billions of euro that the Greek has been borrowing from the IMF. You remember the so-called financial crisis in Asia 15 years ago? Altogether, the money that IMF has been giving to all of us here would not come down to the same level of amount that IMF has been giving to only Greek economy alone. And yet, we don't see the end in sight of Greek economy. Adding to this, with the pedestrian, the well-known Brexit negotiations would not hurt so much the British economy as the rest of Europe. I'm saying this. Why? Because then the British economy on their own, they would have more leeway of doing things that they think they can do it besides outside of the European Union. For example, having more deals on a bilateral basis with the rest of their Commonwealth grouping. With India, for example. They could not do it because within the EU, they could not do more of the FTA deals. So they're free to do more deals. They're free to come and trade more with Asia and trade more with China. And look at the way Europe has been very much supporting the initiatives like the AIIB. You remember the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, right? AIIB, yes. That the Chinese has created a few years ago. Now I just had a discussion with the chairman of my friend Jin Likeng, chair of the AIIB. He told me, I asked him, look, be careful, because your bank, the Americans are not subscribers, are not membership. Japan, they both, he said, don't worry. Our banks has more than 80 membership, more than 80 countries membership, more than the Asian Development Bank. Can you imagine? You don't know this. Huh? I just learned it from him. I said, well, you should work with ADB. He said, we're working, but we are bigger, and we are more diversified. We are more global bank than ADB. This I just heard from Likeng. So again, if Europe would be able to get themselves organized and not to create something that would impact negatively on the rest of the world, if Germany would be able to reflate their economy a little bit more, to give room for Europe to have more demand inside, because how come in Europe only Germany have surplus and the rest is deficit? It's an unbalanced economy. Okay, I have so many more things to go through, so let me try to. I look towards the rest of the world. The emerging economies, I have already told you. The other day, IMF came out with a recent announcement, which is not shocking at all, to be expected. IMF was warning the world that, look, at the moment, the global amount of debt is 3.5 times global output. Are you shocked? No, you're not shocked. It's shocking. Because a few years ago, it was only 1.5, 2 times. Now it's 3.5 times. It's shocking because this is sowing the seeds of destruction. Yes, because one of these days, some of these people will default, and then you will have more default going on. And don't say that this will not happen somewhere close to Europe. Because if you look at the European banking system, one of the largest European banks, few of the largest European banks are still in some difficulties. And I don't quote names, you know yourself. In some of the larger economies of Europe. And inside the system, the stress test has not really been very helpful because the stress test has not been done along the same line as the US stress test for the financial system. I can say this. And so the health of the emerging markets economies have been also deteriorating. They used to be the remaining support to the global economy in the aftermath of the recession, the Great Recession, 2007, 2008. But now, the whole global system is in disarray, including the poor economy. The developing economies have been growing so well. Commodities markets were alive and well post-2018 recession. China was still doing well. But this day, China is going through what I call supply-side adjustment. China needs a lot of supply-side adjustment. Besides balance sheet adjustment, supply side. Like I said from the beginning, we are blamed that we save too much, invest too much, so now we have to adjust. So the Chinese government has been adjusting. But it takes longer time than people believe. So just adjusting to the way the Chinese economy is adjusting itself is a problem for developing countries that depends on the commodities market. That the commodities market this day is still not really in the doldrums, but not moving up. Oil prices moving up and down, so the rest of commodities are not doing so well. So we do not see a lot of movement in those areas. And you can see that although we do not want the world economy or world trading system to be concentrate or centric on any US-centric, Europe-centric, or China-centric on anywhere else, it's moving in the direction of China more and more. That the Chinese economy more and more will be determining the way global trading system is going to be operated. Why? Because of the kind of global value chain, the new, I wouldn't call it new, it's something that we just realized it's been around for so long, but the global supply chain, regional supply chain, the value chain has been around all these years. The international trading system has been actually driven on the basis of the supply chain. This is obvious. People are saying now that I would say more than half, 60-70% of the global trading system is now supported by the supply chain movements, that people trade within themselves, their own companies, that people produce things in different places in their network or production around the world. There's no one that produces everything in one go. So when one major part of the value chain slow down, like the Chinese economy, then the rest would also be affected. And of course, global value chain has been dominated by the Asian regional value chain in Asia. 60-70% comes from the value chain in Asia. So actually the Asians determine all this, and when China-centric kind of trade development in Asia is predominating, you can see that why China is adjusting, The situation is very much under the cloud. So to add all this with the uncertainties coming out of the so-called geoeconomics and geopolitical agenda, then you see really something which it may not look like the 1930s Great Depression. It may not look like the situation before the First or the Second World War, but the kind of change of power that is taking place. The change of power. In those days, I think it was the demise of some empire in Ottoman or I don't know what, perhaps. And now the change of power from west to east, from north to south, it's a new kind of globalization. It's a new kind of globalization. It's not really a kind of deglobalization that we are fearing, because globalization is actually drifting more on the so-called exogenous factors, like the way we improve our logistics, transportations, communications, new inventions all the time. These are all things that create connectivity around the world that is all exogenous. Nobody can do anything to it. You don't stop people inventing new things. You don't stop people traveling, communicating, listening to each other, following the news and everything. So globalization is exogenous, but transforming into something which is not the same generation of globalization as in the past. And this new form of globalization, we all hope at UNCTAD. Some time ago, we've been trying to generate the debate of, let's try to push the new form of globalization into the arena of development-led globalization or development-centered globalization, or what here at ITD you might call it inclusive trade, inclusive globalization. This is what we all try to do. So I'm saying this so that we would not lose hope that we're seeing new forms of globalization. Globalization that would be funds injected not by the capital-intensive economies, richer economies of the North, but by the South. If you look into the fund flow this day, there's a reversal of fund flows from the South to the North, from the East to the West. Because all these reserves of the global economy this day are being accumulated in Asia. China now doing very poorly because China used to have 3.9 trillion US dollar reserve. They put more than $1 trillion into US treasuries and to government bonds in Europe. This day, the Chinese have been losing some of this reserve. Now they have only 3.2 trillion. Only 3.2. But this is huge amount, together with the rest of Asia that has learned the lesson from the financial crisis in 1997, 1998. So we all have accumulated huge amount of reserves. Thailand, we need no more than 100 and 120 billion US dollars of reserves. Now we have nearly 180 billion of reserve money. So it's a new world. It's the East, it's Asia buying up all these concerns, companies, entities around the world. So it's a reverse kind of globalization, so that instead of the West and advanced economy taking over companies from the East or the poorer countries, it's just the other way around. And this is something which is healthy. Globalization should move both ways. East and West, North and South, triangular, it should be everything in balance. Not anyone playing the role of a hegemon or somebody dominating the rest of the world. So this is the kind of trend we are seeing. But of course, all these geopolitical issues in Asia, in the Middle East, in the Eastern Europe, they're not very much helpful. So we have to take care of all these things. Now, the impact on globalization, what we are seeing, Trumpism, United States, you're seeing one of the prime minister in Europe, I think must be a Hungarian prime minister, talking about illiberal democracy. He is right. I mean, democracy is still democracy, but it's less liberal than before. Maybe, I don't know. But they are saying that we are just having a liberal democracy. It's a kind of me first mentality. Me first mentality. It's never gone away, the me first mentality. It's a creed of us. We first, our region first, my home first. What we say, charity always starts at home. This is the thing that at the global level we try to paper it away. We say when I went to my former reincarnation to all this G8 or G20 meeting, they all say the right thing. Back at home, they say different thing. Still, we're seeing this. So I have been saying all this all the time that let's do away with all this G8 and G20. They're not creating any value added to the whole global governance system. They're just delaying the way we should re-establish the global governance in which we all could participate. You've seen the last G20 meeting in Hamburg? What they were talking about? They were talking about Trumpism, talking about how to deal with climate change that Mr. Trump is trying to change. I mean, he cannot change it immediately. He's just making some noises. But it takes time. If the U.S. want to withdraw, they cannot withdraw because it's written in the agreement that they have to stay on until, I don't know, a few years forward. The G8 meeting in Isoshiba last year, I think in Japan, they were talking about what, They're talking about Mr. Cameron's problem with Brexit. They were cheering up. They were saying we should vote. And G7 was saying something which is the British part, saying that they should support Mr. Cameron. And Mr. Cameron lost out. And that's what all they did. Nothing about how to reflate, how to regenerate growth in the global trading system. They didn't even think of inviting China to join. How can you have G7 meeting talking about the global economy and just pushing out the elephant in the room, just leave it there and not discussing? It's just not going to work that way. So, again, the rule-making exercise, that all these mega deals, we are talking about, I think not here, but it's the challenges of the rising, populism and protectionism. And the way that we are seeing some of the major economies trying to push, let me say frankly, and as a former employee of the World Trade Organization, maybe I should not say this, but anyway, last year when UNCTAD was meeting in Nairobi, UNCTAD 14, I was saying this in front of Roberto Acevedo, my old friend from WTO. This is an existential threat to the multilateral organization like WTO, not to the UNCTAD, to the WTO. If we all will be trying to make our rules outside of the multilateral trading system, multilateral institution like the WTO. We're trying to do that because TTIP is going to do that. The trade, Trans-Pacific, Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, or the Trans-Pacific Partnership, all these are meant, for me, this is my own reading, to take away the authority of the world trading system because TTIP is all about negotiations in rules making. TPP is about the WTO 3++, that we could not agree at the WTO, so they're going to create a new surrogate outside the WTO. I told this to Roberto last year, the meeting of UNCTAD, I think 14 in Nairobi last year. I said, this is existential threat to the WTO. He said, no, I'm not worried. I said, okay, good. No, you should not worry. But you should realize that if people are making rules outside of the WTO and be happy with it, you are happy, then we should all be happy. It means that it's not, doesn't, but I'm worried because if you are 2 people or a few people, 12 people, 10 people, 20 people making the rules for your own and the rest has to follow, can you imagine? Where does the WTO fit in? Or do we have to import all this into the rule? Or do we have to clamor to go and ask to be part of it? No, this is not the system that I see, but this is being moved into that direction. So I would end. I would end because I know it's coming to an hour now, so as usual, I'm going to exceed a little bit, but let me end by just giving a few of my thoughts. I mean, after having listened to this part, what I said, I don't have hope for this present global governance. I'm saying that the present global governance is dysfunctional, maybe non-existent. I don't call G8, G20 a global governance. It doesn't represent all of us, represent only a few. And you see the agenda. Their agenda are made by IMF, World Bank. When I try to intervene into the G20, this is the truth. When I try to intervene into the G20 agenda, the only time I succeeded was when Korea hosted G20 meeting some years ago. Can't remember. I think under can't remember the name of the president of Korea at that time, but he was the only one who actually, we met, I went there with Pascal Lamy together, the two of us. He supported me, and we went to the Blue House, and we gave a long narrative to the president of Korea that please don't put development as an afterthought on your agenda of G20. Cannot be development as an afterthought. You talk about everything and then you end up, okay, let's have some people from Africa, from Asia talk about your own thing. No. Same with inclusive trade. Same with the agenda I'm going to talk about. It cannot be just the afterthought or come after you have actually agreed on everything because the big hegemon is telling you that this is my agenda. So you come, you join, otherwise you just out. This cannot be like that. So what I'm saying is that I have called this some years ago. I'm saying that again, and not because we're all part of something which is related to UNCTAD, but I'm saying this is the UNCTAD moment. This is the UNCTAD moment. This is not the moment for hard aggressive negotiation processes. I don't think it will work out that way. We're now too much coming up to be more equal, and sometimes even more equal than people would expect. With the strengths of the capitals and the transferable technology, before too long, we would see a different world. So it's not something that all this, people playing the same role, being very powerful all together, that they can agree on a single undertaking with 20 agenda, 170 of us talking. No, it cannot be done. So what we have to do is to try to dissect, to reduce all this global agenda into things that are really helping towards inclusiveness, sustainability, the Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030, the most important agenda on that one. There are too many, I don't know, 160, 70 targets. There are 17 goals. Goal 17 is for me the most important, if I remember correctly. Goal 17. It's about global partnership. It's about global partnership. It's about global governance that is to be participated by all the world, particularly the poor countries, the open countries. This is about inclusiveness. Can you see Asian participating in IMF at the World Bank? No. At the moment, IMF belongs to the European. My friends from European, they should be happy. Small country in Europe, they hold big shares in IMF and they dictate. They have the controlling share, whatever IMF would decide to do. They want to give the role to the Chinese renminbi or not. They voted. Now they said, okay, it's okay. And they voted on the quota reform for years. Christine Lagarde, my dear friend, head of the IMF, used to tell me that I would do belly dancing. She would do belly dancing. Of all people, Christine, this is what she said. I mean, this is not a secret. She said, I would do belly dancing if the US Congress would rectify the IMF reform. This is a reform of the quota that would allow all of us to participate. IMF is a global agenda. How come it could belong as a personal proprietorship of someone? And least of all in Europe, which is coping with the worst kind of financial crisis ever, cannot be done. Would you lend to somebody? Would you not lend to somebody who comes from your own household? Let me not say this, but at least at the moment, we should have a better balance of authority at that level. SDR, which has been asked by us at the AUN for time and time again, that SDR should be elevated to more international levels so that we can have a better liquidity support for international trade. Well, no, cannot be done. The reform of quota, inclusion of renminbi, just allow. Now renminbi is part of SDR, so that is done. But Chinese economy is still being, quote unquote, called non-market economy. Russian economy is a full market economy. Is this something which is comparable? Russian economy, full market economy, Chinese economy, non-market economy. This is still part of the international organization agreement acceptance, which is for me not acceptable. Now, let me give you a few food for thoughts, five quick points so that I can finish. The agenda that I thought, why it's UNCTAD moment? It's a moment for soft agreement, soft negotiations, more or less something which you use the best practices. You do the sustainability thing. You try to convince that these are the best practices to be sustainable. You know what UNCTAD has been doing: sustainable stock exchange, sustainable investment, things like that. So this is nothing. The first thing that came to my mind is something that in Asia today and in poorer countries around the world, the application of geographical indication. The GI is something which is, when I was there, I could not even mention the word GI in the lobbies of the WTO, because some of the major economies would just come up on me and say, look, you just be neutral. You don't support GI. GI must be supported. GI registration, GI elevation to the global is much needed, because I don't know if you know, I mean, in Europe, they have 3,000 or more than that of GI registration. In Asia, we have a few hundreds. Maybe in India, you have more. In India, you might have a few hundreds. In Thailand, we have about 100 or 90. And we're beginning to have GI registration throughout Asia. And the French government has been very, very helpful cooperating in help, because the French are the one which has actually the largest number of GIs registration. So, and GI help to increase the premium price on some of the products. It gives pride to the place. It let the community survive. It's good for the community development. It's good for food security, because normally GIs are food-related things. It's a food thing. It's a wheat, it's an egg, it's a, a textile. So my first point is that we need to promote geographical indication, registration, facilitate it, have more agreement among countries that we recognize each other. Europe now recognizes a few GIs from Asia, and this is a good thing. We should do this around the world. The second one is about the new configuration of economic integration. I don't want to even say today that we should have more free trade agreements. Free trade agreement is just very partial, very partial. You have a few goods that could be traded. What we should be doing now, and people are saying this all the time, they use the word partnership for everything. It's now economic partnership. It's Trans-Pacific partnership. It's a what is it? RCEP is a partnership for regional comprehensive economic partnership. It's all partnership. It's all partnership because we want to make economic integration inclusive. It must be partnership because not all are equal. When you take them all up, they cannot all abide by the rules. I mean, look these days at the way ASEAN is being driven by two track. CLMV one track and the rest one track. And when I criticize TPP, I criticize TPP for one major thing. TPP never takes up the poorest part of ASEAN into negotiation. They don't include the CLMV. CLMV has been included. CLM, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar were never part of the TPP. So that's why I would say for Asian to be doing economic integration together, it must be a comprehensive economic integration. It must include trade, economic development, finance, mobility of people, river flows, network of energy, everything all together. It must be like a regional development plan for the region. So this is one thing, and this actually, I don't say that I influence, but this, what we have done at UNCTAD with UNESCO, we've done the Silk Road kind of thing way before the One Belt, One Road. My colleagues from UNCTAD could testify to this. We've gone through several meetings together, but we want to drive forward the revival of Silk Road, not only purely on pecuniary economic benefits alone. We want it to be cultural. UNESCO was part of the cultural thing. UNESCO was actually the progenitor of all these ideas on the revival of the Silk Road. And we did the work on the revival of the trade routes along the land routes and the sea routes. We even have meetings somewhere outside of China in Korea, because Korea used to be part of this maritime Silk routes as well. So these are the new configuration of economic cooperation. The Silk Road, the Belt and Road is actually an economic integration exercise. Formerly, it would have been called a free trade agreement, but if it had been called a free trade agreement, nobody would have gone to the meeting in Beijing the other day. But when it's called Belt and Road and connecting Asia through Central Asia to Europe, now train runs from China, Chongqing, to London in 16 days. It saved nearly 2 months instead of going through the other side of China. So now it's only once a week. I was told it's going to be twice a week, and then it's going to be nearly every day and things like that. So it's happening really, the land links from Asia to Europe. And so these are new configurations which we should all support. They should not have to be negotiated, but supported by the work of the likes of UNCTAD, for example. The third point is on e-commerce. I'm saying this on e-commerce because we all agree, and it was discussed here, and you're going to have a good session. I really very curious of what will come out, because I'm very concerned with the new digital economy that is coming around. The new digital economy is going to be, the word they call is disruptive. It will be more disruptive than we ever have thought of. It will be more disruptive. Don't say that, oh no, I mean, it would not, it would create this, it would create jobs, it would create value. It would be disruptive. But it could be disruptive in a constructive way. It will be something like Schumpeter's kind of thing, deconstruction in the old days. You remember? Schumpeter used to say that when we have new innovation cycle, it's deconstructive. It's destroy the old modes of production, but it creates new one. So this is something that we should create. But I raise this because of the but. Because of e-commerce, the whole of e-commerce scenario today, it covers not only commerce, it covers logistics, it covers finance, money, it covers the cloud, the cloud computer, big data, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. And those who own all this technology are just a few huge multinational firms. I'm just saying this because I want UNCTAD to look at this issue keenly. Maybe they have done this already in their investment report or something like that. Because if you look at the largest and most powerful corporation this day, compared to 20 years ago, just a whole new scenario. We don't see the old style, big corporation today anymore. These are all big, huge, Google, Facebook, Alibaba, I don't know, Alphabet, all these new names. And all the top 5, I think, all the top 5 have all been fined, F-I-N-E-D, fined, penalized by international arbitral entities already, by Europe, by United States, one way or another. They've all been fined because they're too big, they're too powerful, they do search engine here, they use it to something else. And now what worries me the most is that they all have collected all our data, all your data into what they call the blockchain kind of thing. You have all your data. In the future, bankers are not here, but bankers, they know their fate, going to, I don't know how it would end soon, but anyway, they have to metamorph into something else because the rise of the cashless society will be also not really a full demise, but we'll be phasing out the financial system as we know. But ultimately, the control by all these MNCs, some of us are now thinking of doing what we call social assessment or personal assessment, something like social personal assessment, that we all would have, instead of all your license, you know, in Europe, I think they have this driver's license, and you have to score. If you have, done something wrong, they would score you on that. And if you have too many mistakes, you've done so many violations, you'll be taken out of the relation. You cannot have the license anymore. You cannot drive. Now, they are doing this in some areas, in some countries that I was told, and I wouldn't mention the name of the countries. In some countries, people will say, what is, for somebody, some male who's courting the family's daughter, they would ask, what is your score on the personal assessment card? Your score, if your score is below 7 from 10, just you don't count. You have to score 8 or 9. If you want to borrow banks, if ever be banks there, you have to score more than 8 or 9 to be able to score. And many things. If you want to apply here and do things, all the things now, all these are in the cloud and everything's in the blockchain and all related programs that can control this. And they can use face, they can use person. So it's something which is beyond, and so we have to begin to think of, we cannot limit all this. Because, for example, when Alibaba was talking that we are providing platform for all the SMEs to trade, Alibaba is owning some of the largest financial institutions in the world today. With Alipay and doing all these Chinese tourists, hundreds, millions of them going out in the world, they use only this pay and no banks are involved, and then they can pay on their smartphone. And this is going to happen all over. It's not that bad. It's very convenient for the people. But when all these large MNCs are controlling everything, we should be very careful. It's just 2 minutes. The fourth one is on the evaluation of supply chain. I still like the UNCTAD 2016 Trade and Development Report, UNCTAD 2000 last year. UNCTAD, you should have a look. It actually deals with some of the issues of supply chain. We sometimes have too much of a blind faith in the way supply chain is being operated these days, and us in Asia, we just love supply chain. Thailand loves supply chain. We create AECs to enhance our supply chain and things like that. But UNCTAD has a lot of important analysis to say on the supply chain. Because some of the supply chains are actually limited the choices of countries who are down up there on the supply chain. There are a lot of concentration. But down below, a lot of competition, small players, but up there, all people control everything. So to come up on the supply chain, it's not that easy. And supply chain sometimes now replaces the industrial policy that UNCTAD is almost just paranoid about. And I do agree, because supply chain cannot replace industrial policy to help industrialize countries in an inclusive manner. And I would like to end now with the last issue of trade and currencies. These days, when people look at how to push blame on somebody else and to use a lot of non-tariff measures, whatnot, currencies are going to play a role more so than in the past. Currencies actually in themselves, you look at Japan, United States, Europe, currency in themselves do not determine now the trade flow. Regrettably or not, I don't know, but it doesn't mean that when you have, Japan has been trying to push for the yen to come down, and yet Japan still cannot reach for the kind of reflation of their economy and selling more abroad. It's something else. It's a structural comparativeness. It's an education, investment in human resource, and something else, in innovation. It's many other things. But countries are using exchange rate manipulation as a ploy to, beggar thy neighbor kind of policies, and to limit trade and put constraint on trade. This is not really justifiable. And of course, in Asia this day, we have learned with very sad lessons from 1998 that we would not allow excessive borrowings, particularly in foreign currencies. So all these Asian economies that have been hit in those days are all accumulated huge reserves. And so gradually our currencies will be influenced because of the movement of the way we try to accumulate and reserves. And so there will be intervention by government into this exchange rate market. And it will be difficult to pass a verdict on who is doing manipulation and rigging the market or not. And I just would like to advise that I don't think the WTO can actually deal with it. There have been efforts when I was there in Geneva to try to have some thoughts of some thought-provoking processes, dialogues on currencies war, but it's not really the place to do it. It's IMF, and maybe UNCTAD and the UN could initiate, some sort. UNCTAD has always been having the kind of good solution for this. UNCTAD has always been saying that in order to prevent currency war, we should have some codes of conduct. Codes of conduct. Code of conduct is not really a fast rule. I said we need soft laws, the kind of UNCTAD laws that people can look at it, you use it, you don't like, you don't come to it. But if you like it, you can come together. Nobody forces anybody to come to the meeting. But at least, like in Asia, if we all are going to go through our appreciation of currency, we might as well go together and having a balanced, stable relationship among all these countries. And it would be better than just having the IMF telling us what to do and not to do, and most of the time they would be wrong. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Supachai Panichapak, the first keynote speaker. He really offers a new paradigm and a new perspective to the world that's really urged us to think and rethink about the economics world order. And I would like to invite the Executive Director of ITD to be upon the stage to give Dr. Supachai the token of appreciation. Well, I think that every time that I and all of us listen to a global figure like Dr. Supachai, it's really brought up our perspective. And this time, he really urged all of us to think about what has been happening with the globalization. That is a token of appreciation from the Executive Director of ITD, Dr. Kamalin Pinitpuwadon, and Dr. Supachai, who gave us the time today. And I would like to ask the two gentlemen to remain on the stage and take photos together. And alongside with Dr. Supachai and Dr. Kamalin, I would like to invite also our honorable guests who are now at the sofas to be upon the stage for another group photo shooting once more. Well, this is only part of the two-day Regional Forum 2017. And of course, apart from the introductory remark and opening remarks, now is the first keynote speaker. Well, and to be upon the stage here are honorable guests, speakers, and of course, panelists who will be taking part in this two-day Regional Forum 2017, Trade and Development Regional Forum 2017, linking trade and development for inclusive and sustainable growth. Well, of course, there are many things that we will learn upon the stage here, apart from many keynote speakers and also panel discussions. Outside there, there's also an exhibition organized by ITD and some other booths from the partner institutions like Department of Trade Negotiation, Department of International Economics from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The exhibition out there is going to be declared open officially. Dr. Kamalin Pinitpuwadon, the Executive Director of ITD, is now accompanying Dr. Supachai Panichapak, who is the first keynote speaker, together with the Vice Minister of Education of Thailand, Dr. Sopon Napathon, to have the opening sessions where there will be a ribbon cutting signaling the commencement or the start of the exhibitions. And therefore, apart from many topics to be discussed upon this stage, we can also get some more information from the exhibition outside. And of course, apart from exhibition boards, there are also some other printing materials, research, bulletins, and journals from ITD out there. And therefore, you can go up and observe the opening ceremony or the ribbon cutting there. And here is the ribbon cutting that signals the commencement and the official opening of the ITD exhibition at the foyer or at the entrance area. And there is, of course, Dr. Supachai Panichapak, our keynote speaker, together with the Vice Minister of Education, who preside over the opening ceremony this time around in the Trade and Development Regional Forum. And now it's ready. Yes, that's the opening of the exhibitions. And all of the participants can have a chance in order to observe many information, many research from the exhibition there. Apart from ITD, there are also the booths from the United Nations, from Department of Trade Negotiations, Ministry of Commerce, from the Department of International Economy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs all together. And now, and also apart from observing the exhibitions, you can also take this chance for a 20-minute break and then we all will be back here once more in the next 10 minutes. Now is 11, and therefore let's come together once more at 11 and 10 as we will resume the latest section of the morning part of the Trade and Development Regional Forum 2017, which will be under the topic the New Trade Facilitation Agreement, a new horizon of developing countries, in the format of panel discussions. So see you in the next 10 minutes.
มันยัง okay 1 2 3
เช็ค
okay can you test your speaker
เช็ค
I mean
เช็ค
your microphone
คั
as
ด
well
เลยเบอร์หนึ่งนี่หน่อยพี่
1 2 3 testing
เช็คคัดเลยเบอร์หนึ่งพี่
hello
all is
เช็
fine
คเช็ค
thank you
เบอร์หนึ่งคัดครับผมจะเปลี่ยนแบตเช็คแค่จะบอกว่าจะเริ่มอีก2 นาทีข้างหน้าไม่งั้นหมุนไม่ได้เริ่มเลย
นี่มืออาชีพพูดเป็น
Hello everyone. Once more, may I remind you that the times for refreshment is almost to the end, and we are now approaching to the session 1 of the panel discussions, which will be under the theme The New Trade Facilitation Agreement, a New Horizon for Developing Countries. And the panel discussion will be commencing within the next couple of minutes. And therefore, I would like to ask the participants to be back here in the conference room as we will be commencing with the next session, the panel discussion under the topic, The New Trade Facilitation Agreement, a New Horizon for Developing Countries.
No, no.
Well, welcome back to the session 1, which is the panel discussions under the topic the new trade facilitation agreement, a new horizon for developing countries. This session will be moderated by Kun Duong Thip Chom Prang from ITD. And now the floor is hers.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming back so promptly. And firstly, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Duong Thip Chom Prang, or Tip for short. I also work for the International Institute of Trade and Development, and it's an honor to be here amongst all of these participants and, most importantly, my peers who are on the stage. And we are very fortunate to have these two gentlemen sitting here today to share with you one of the most important, agenda, let's put it that way, on trade and facilitation. But before that, I'd like to just reflect on a few of the speakers this morning and to share with you my reflection of what this means and how we will then discuss trade facilitation within this context. World trade, or the current international trade regime, is very complex. It's very layered. It seems that developing countries and less developing countries are more opening towards trade. There are conflicting policies and competing policies between the East and the West, and the advanced and the less advanced, or the developing economies. So there is an urgent need for us here in this room, for all of us to play a role in better understanding these contexts and also how trade and facilitation can help to set the right tone for the right policy for trade in our countries. And with that, I'd like to take this discussion to our two speakers, beginning with on my right. The first right is Mr. Paul Hansen. Both of them actually are impeccable experts in the trade facilitation in their own right. The first gentleman, Mr. Paul, comes from UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, based in Geneva, and he's also Danish. And he does work regarding trade facilitation, logistics, as well as technology related in this field. And Paul also has over 10 years experience in the private sector. So without any further ado, I'd like to invite Paul to take this floor.
Thank you very much. And first, let me thank ITD for inviting UNCTAD to participate in this important regional forum. I should like to send the best wishes of the UNCTAD Secretary General, Dr. Subachai, or Dr. Kitui, also to the meeting. Dr. Subachai, of course, has a big influence for us in UNCTAD. He's our former Secretary General, and I think it was a very inspirational speech he also delivered this morning. And of course, it's difficult to make a comeback to such an inspirational speech, but we will try. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to talk about the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. Many of you will know this, and I will not go into a lot of detail. I will mainly talk about some of the implementation issues around the agreement. But just as a way of background, this agreement has been underway for many years, and actually Dr. Subachai has been instrumental during his time as Secretary General for UNCTAD and also Director General for WTO on, so to say, giving birth to the Trade Facilitation Agreement. What is the Trade Facilitation Agreement? It's about making international cross-border trade easier, faster, and simpler, and thereby generating benefits for the international trading community. It's estimated that, in particular for developing and least developed countries, the Trade Facilitation Agreement could generate cost savings of up to 15%, and that's, of course, very significant. But it's not about only generating cost savings for trade. It's really about what can cost saving in trade and what can the improving the international trading environment. What can that do? And I think it has already been mentioned that can lead to international development, national development, and of course, as Dr. Subachai also mentioned, we are today all focusing on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals at national levels and as an international community, and their generation of revenue and a generation of income at national level can help us to go through that economic development that we can realize these goals together. Having said that, I would like to start the presentation. I hope this thing here works. So the Trade Facilitation Agreement has come into force on the 22nd of February 2017. It's a WTO agreement, a multilateral negotiated agreement. We just heard that these agreements increasingly are difficult to reach, but actually in the context of the WTO and in the context of trade facilitation, this goal was achieved. The negotiations has gone on for more than 10 years, and it has been difficult to reach an agreement by all parties, but it was actually realized. And this is from the actually day of entry into force, where 4 countries together actually ratified the agreement. So let's see, next slide please, if you can change from down there, because I think this is not working so well. There we go. So where are we today? We have 121 countries that have ratified the agreement. It took 110 countries for the agreement to come into force. Altogether, in WTO, there are 164 countries. Can you change to the next slide? Here we see an extract of the ratifications from this region. The countries in yellow are those that have ratified, and you will see most countries in this region have ratified the Trade Facilitation Agreement. There are a few countries that have yet to ratify it, meaning signing it, and there are a few countries in this region that are not yet WTO members, such as, for instance, Bhutan and North Korea. Now, ratifying is easy. Next slide, please. Ratifying means you sign on the dotted line. This is the easy part. And all 164 members of WTO must eventually ratify, because this agreement will become an annex to the general WTO agreement, and thereby it is an obligation for WTO members also to be part of this agreement. As I said, it's easy to ratify, it's easy to sign on the dotted line. The difficult part is implementation. The difficult part is applying the obligations of the agreement. And that's what we will look at a little bit. What does this agreement mean for countries, for their obligations towards WTO? Next slide, please. The agreement has a number of parts. The really significant part is what I mentioned here as Section 1, the different articles, and that focuses on 4 main issues. It focuses on transparency in international cross-border trade, on formalities in international cross-border trade. Then there is an issue about transit. I think we all know that transit is sometimes difficult. And then other issues mainly relate to customs collaboration. The Trade Facilitation Agreement doesn't stand alone. It relates back to the original GATT agreement. And in the GATT agreement, there were 3 main articles on trade facilitations: Article 5 on transit, Article 8 on fees and formalities, and Article 10 on transparency. And the Trade Facilitation Agreement is an elaboration on those 3 articles, giving more meat to what it means to implement trade facilitation and the obligations that countries have in relation to trade facilitation. Then there are some additional sections. There is a section called Special and Differential Treatment. What's that about? That's about giving opportunities to developing and least developed countries to implement this agreement in the best possible way and assisting these countries. And then there is a 4th part, which has some significance in this agreement. Next slide, please. These are the parts of the substantive obligations, and you will see on the transparency issue there are things like publication and availability of information. Why is this important? Because traders in international trade need to have predictability in trade. Therefore, it is important that each country provide information about their trade procedures so that the trader beforehand knows what he's faced with. And there are a whole number of transparency measures. Then there are formalities issues. What are the disciplines for paying fees and charges? What are the release of goods? And so on. These are, so to say, hard measures that each country are implementing for importing, exporting, and transit. And it is also important to have a common framework of articles and obligations between countries on this in order to create predictability, in order to create a trading environment that can be trusted. And then lastly, there are fees and formalities and customs collaboration, which is important between countries. Next slide, please. Again, special and differential treatment are the issues that benefit particular developing and least developed countries. Special rules for these countries, how they can get assistance to implement this agreement. And then Section 3, and here I would like to, so to say, stress what I have highlighted in red, Article 23.2, National Trade Facilitation Committees. Next slide, please. The National Trade Facilitation Committees are obligatory bodies to be established in each WTO member. It's a multi-stakeholder committee of the public stakeholders and the private stakeholders that sit together around the table and discuss the issues of international cross-border trade in their countries. This is kind of a very difficult exercise. In many countries, stakeholders don't sit together. Customs deal with their own issues, the Ministry of Commerce deal with their own issues, and they don't necessarily ask the private sector what their views are. In order to create a reliable trading environment, in order to create an environment of trust between the public and the private sector, it is necessary that these stakeholders sit together, come to common understanding of what are our objectives and how do we get to these. And that's why the obligation for the National Trade Facilitation Committees are created. And in the agreement, there is a main obligation, and that is that these committees must facilitate domestic coordination and the implementation of the agreement. And it's an obligatory, mandatory measure that all countries must implement. And that means every country from Thailand to Denmark to all countries in this region must have a National Trade Facilitation Committee. I want to stress this because this already is a requirement since the agreement came into force. Next slide, please. In UNCTAD, we are operating what we call a repository of information on National Trade Facilitation Committees. And you can search by country information about National Trade Facilitation Committees, what these committees are doing, how they are set up, what their purpose is, who are the stakeholders in the committee, in order that each individual trader also can give their input to the National Trade Facilitation Committee. And in between countries, I think they can seek information, best practices from this online database. Please visit this. And from your countries, if the information in there is not up to date, please inform us as soon as possible. Next slide, please. Now, special and differential treatment. I mentioned it already a couple of times. What does it mean for developing and least developed countries? In international agreements, it's generally agreed that everybody must implement, but sometimes for developing and least developed countries, you have less obligations. This is not the case in the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. If you sign on to the agreement, if you ratify it, you have exactly the same obligation whether you are a developed country, developing country, or least developed country. But for developing and least developed countries, there are flexibilities in the timing of the implementation and in the sequencing of the implementation. And there are also opportunities to seek technical assistance, financial assistance for the implementation. And if you don't acquire this from the international donor community, you are not obliged to implement the obligations in the agreement. And that's an innovative element of the trade facilitation agreement and very important. And that's where many of the international organizations like UNCTAD, like ESCAP, where Jan is from, like the World Bank and others, are here to assist countries to implement the best or good practices that can be implemented regarding the various obligations. Next slide, please. We have then for each of these obligations, each country are obliged, or each developing and least developed country are obliged to self-assess their present situation. Where are we regarding all of the obligations in the agreement? Are we ready to implement it? Do we need more time to implement it? Or do we need both time and assistance to implement it? And that's where the famous categories A, B, and C come into play. And I will try to explain what that means. Today, there are already some notifications from countries to WTO about these obligations. So if we go to the next slide, I can start to explain what this actually means for countries. Category A commitments means that a country assesses their national situations, they look at the articles of the agreement, and they say, for this article, and this article, I have already implemented it. I will put that under so-called Category A. Category A means I have implemented, I'm fully compliant to the agreement on this specific obligation. Developing countries have to, and least developed countries, have to notify their readiness to WTO. For developing countries, they already should have notified this at the day of entry into force. Least developed countries have a year after entry into force to notify this. So again, Category A is countries are informing WTO for these and these and these obligations we have implemented. Next slide. In this region, in general, those that have already notified have already said that we are ready, and only here, Myanmar and Cambodia have not already made these notifications. Next slide, please. These are the timelines for then the next category, Category B commitments. What does Category B commitments mean? It means that countries are assessing the obligations. Those that are not A, they will look at, can we implement this by ourselves? How many years do we need to implement this? And there are a number of deadlines to meet for each country. As a matter of fact, developing countries should already have notified their Category B commitments to WTO at the day of entry into force. Least developed countries have 1 more year. So again, here there is an obligation to notify WTO as soon as you have ratified. For these commitments, this should already be done for a number of the countries in this region. Next slide, please. These are the Category B commitments, and you can see that there are plenty of countries in this region that have not yet notified. Least developed countries have a year, countries like Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Nepal. Other countries, like, for instance, Malaysia, Indonesia, they must notify to WTO now what they categorize as Category B. Thailand has already made this notification, so they are compliant today. Next slide, please. Next category is Category C, and this is where countries are saying, from those that we haven't already categorized as A or B, the rest we cannot implement by ourselves. We need either technical or financial assistance, and we need more time. These obligations you also have to notify to WTO. There are a number of deadlines for this, again, and this is listed here in the slide. I presume the slides will be available to the participants afterwards, so you can look at this by yourself. Next slide. Countries in this region, in general, have not notified any of the Category C commitments. Those that are developing countries should already have notified tentatively their Category C commitments. So there is something to work on here. There are some deadlines to respect. Least developed countries have 1 year to do this. And this is an exercise categorizing these obligations in A, B, and C, where countries have to assess their readiness. And it's not only customs. It is each regulatory agency or ministry that's involved in cross-border trade. So it is customs, it's the Ministry of Commerce, it's the sanitary, phytosanitary, veterinary authorities, it's the technical authorities. All of these have to assess their own readiness according to each individual article, come together as a country, make a consolidated assessment, and notify this to the WTO. This is important, and it is important that as soon as you have ratified, you are under obligation to make these notifications. Next slide, please. I have here listed each country, how much they have already notified. I will not go through this, so if you very quickly just go through the next couple of slides here. Cambodia, Indonesia have some they have already done. Just move on with the different slides. You can see this in the handout. Next slide, please. Laos, Malaysia are almost compliant. Myanmar has not done anything yet. Nepal has not done very much. Philippines are almost done with everything. Next slide. Thailand have actually notified all of their obligation. Most of them they have notified to be ready. A very little portion they have notified where they need time. And Thailand has notified we don't need assistance for any of the implementation. Next slide, please. Vietnam, not much. Next slide. What you have to do with the notification is you have to send in this kind of form to WTO where you assess for this obligation, we are category A, B, and C, and then you have to describe your situation. This is something that we as international organizations can help with. Next slide, please. What do we do specifically from UNCTAD? And I will only take one element of what we are doing. Next slide. We have established something called the Empowerment Program for National Trade Facilitation Committees. Next slide. What is the Empowerment Program? That is a capacity building and training program that we offer to countries in order to train the national committee and all its members, its stakeholders, being public sector and private sector, in understanding the obligations of the trade facilitation agreement, understanding what is trade facilitation about, how can you implement trade facilitation, how can you measure trade facilitation, and how can you make a plan for implementing the trade facilitation agreement so that you meet your obligations. Next slide, please. We offer this to all countries. If anybody is interested, they can approach me. I have some little flyers that I will leave outside that provides a description of this program. And if you go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Then you will see the contents of this flyer. It's describing what the program is about, the assistance that we are offering to individual countries in a modular approach of 5 modules where we train the committee and their members in order to understand and being able to implement the agreement. So this is what I would like to highlight on the agreement. I know that it is a very condensed introduction to the trade facilitation agreement, to the obligations, but again, the easy part is to ratify, to sign on the dotted line. The difficult part is to implement the agreement and to apply and live up to the obligations you have signed on to. But at the end of the day, we believe that all countries will benefit from implementing the trade facilitation agreement, from having an easier trade facilitation environment, and thereby generating development for all countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. That was, although very short, but very succinct and I think very comprehensive. Just give a short recap, at least from what I understand, is we understand that trade facilitation has been around for a long time. But the difference here is how do we put it together systematically as a framework in which assist less developing countries and developing countries as well to accelerate trade facilitation system within their country. And the most important thing is actually what Antat has just mentioned, is the empowerment program. How do we build this capacity of each country to be able to coordinate their own trade facilitation in their own countries in a more effective way, and hence maximizing what those benefits would be, both in the longer term as well. And so the question of whether it is a old wine in a new bottle or a new bottle in an old wine we'll leave that to the end of this session. For the next speaker, his name is Jan Duval, and he is a Frenchman, but he is based here in UN ASCAP in Bangkok, and he is also an expert in trade facilitation. And I'd like to also mention that he is a pioneer in his career in various areas. He arrived in Thailand in 2002, and he is one of the founders for the Asia Pacific Research and Training Network on Trade, or RNET. And basically, this is a network of leading research and academic institutions in developing countries aimed at building capacity in trade and investment policy and facilitation, research for evidence-based policy making. He also still is the coordinator for this particular network, and also does conduct various regional studies, focusing on trade facilitation, regional integration, as well as global bilateral trade cost database. And a whole lot more things that he's been doing for this region. And I think he'll speak for himself, and he will be presenting one of the most innovative mechanism, that is, I guess, we've never had one before, and this is specifically for the ASCAP region. And I'll let Jan do all that speaking. Take it away, Jan.
Thank you, Kunti. So good morning, everyone. So lunchtime is coming very soon, so I'll try not to take too much of your time. So hopefully the slides work. If we can move to the slides. Let's see. It's not on yet. It's not on yet, right? So I would like to talk briefly about two things. First, I will recap the actual implementation of trade facilitation measures in Asia and the Pacific region, right? What are countries actually implementing based on the recent result of a global survey we have. And the second thing is I will introduce a new tool that we have to better and fully implement the WTO trade facilitation agreement and move towards digital trade facilitation. It's called the Framework Agreement for the Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and the Pacific. So if I can get the slides up.
Slide นะคะ เปิดได้ไหมคะ
I think the operator is not there.
Some small technical difficulties in any case.
I could do without the slides, but it's easier to understand with the slides.
Right. So just give them bear with us for a few seconds. I just wanted to mention to the participants here, we all live in, most of us are from this region, Asia Pacific, and we are the home to the largest free trade agreements, bilateral agreements, multilateral agreements. We are home to all of these activities. And I think that's the most significant thing to also understand is how will what ASCAP is trying to do through this cross-border paperless trade, is it an agreement, right? How this can help accelerate digital trade in our region. And it's also a pioneering effort I think it was launched last year in December 2016 or somewhere.
Okay, yeah, I mean, one thing, building up on what Paul presented, right? If you look, I mean, most of you, I think, are from Thailand, right? If you look at category A notification of Thailand, I was looking, 91.4%, right, according to your slides. That means Thailand, okay, has already notified the WTO, the World Trade Organization, that it has implemented 91.4% of the WTO trade facilitation agreement, right? And it doesn't need any support for implementation of the WTO trade facilitation agreement. And it's already notified also category B. I mean, that means the measures that it will implement within a relatively short or long, I don't know, I haven't looked at them, time frame, right? So bottom line is, Thailand is doing, in the global context, multilateral context, has implemented lots of trade facilitation, right? And so again, if I can get my slide, I can show you that this is the case compared to many of the other countries around the region. Thailand is doing very well. But, is that enough, right? So that's really the question. Do you want to just stand still and say, okay, we've done this, so it's good, let's stop there and then wait for the others to catch up, right? And so my argument would be that, Thailand should, keep the lead and actually take the lead on a number of things, right? The Thai government has been promoting Thailand 4.0. That's what I hear from my office in Bangkok on Rajadamnanok Avenue. Thailand 4.0, moving to the digital economy, and so on, right? So, what concrete steps Thailand can take in those areas to keep the lead and keep its trade competitiveness, and also help the region at the same time, right? And so one of the things I wanted to argue today is that Thailand should take the lead in supporting the implementation of this new tool that has been developed by countries of Asia and the Pacific region, including Thailand. And that new tool is called the Framework Agreement for the Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and the Pacific. So what is cross-border paperless trade? Maybe I should start with what is paperless trade, right? Paperless trade is the conduct of international trade transactions without paper, right? If there is anybody in the private sector here in the room, that's a dream, right? Can you removing paper from import and export procedures? I mean, it's great, right? In a way, it's happening a little bit thanks to e-commerce. For example, I bought a car from Japan recently. I went online, go to this website in Japan. I look at all the cars. In 5 minutes, I pick my car. I buy the car. 5 minutes to order the car, right? Then I have to pay. Okay, e-payment, I pay with my credit card. In 2 days, the payment clears, right? So I could basically do a contract with someone in Japan to sell me a car in 5 minutes, thanks to e-commerce, cross-border e-commerce. I could pay for the car with my credit card and by doing a bank transfer, 2 days. Then the car to be shipped, okay, from Japan. Okay, that's a bit longer, but still about 5 days for the cars, 5 to 7 days for the cars to be shipped to Bangkok from Japan. So actually quite fast. Then the car arrives at Port, I think, no, it's not Port Klang is in Malaysia, so it's Lam Shabang Port. It arrived at Lam Shabang. How long did it take for the car to go from Lam Shabang Port to my house? Anyone can guess, want to guess this? It took 30 days, right? Why? Because, well, paper, right? I need some papers, had to be processed and stamped and signed by different ministries, okay, for the cars to finally get to my house, right? So for the clearing process, the customs, not only customs, it's not customs actually, but all the interagency collaboration needed to make sure that all the paperwork are in order, so that the car can move from the port in Thailand to my place or my office. Okay, 30 days. So that's experience. That's one experience I had on cross-border e-commerce. I think some of you maybe have had similar experiences. So we need to get rid of this paperwork, regulatory paperwork, right? And that's paperless trade. That's paperless trade. That's making, moving from paper to electronic, so that the information and all the documents needed for moving goods, is happening quite fast, right? So that's paperless trade. What is the difference between paperless trade and cross-border paperless trade? Okay. A lot of countries have moved to paperless trade. For example, in Thailand, you're implementing the national single window, right? National single window, what is it, right? It is the submission, it allows, right, a single window allows the submission of electronic submission, right, by the trader, okay, through one place, through one website typically, right, of all data and documents, okay, needed for a trade transaction to all the regulatory authorities within the country, right? So a national single window allows one trader to submit at one time and place all data and documents to the customs, the Ministry of Agriculture, to Ministry of Commerce, to everybody, right? That's great. So if you can implement this is fine. So that's you make your trade much more efficient. But then one of the big issues that many countries who have implemented electronic single window systems and paperless trade systems, such as national single window, is can this electronic data and documents that is now available through the national single window, can it be used to fully facilitate trade and be used by the trading partner in the trading partner country, right? Can the information, the electronic data and documents generated through your own systems, okay, can they be recognized in your partner countries? So you really have a seamless flow of electronic information, not only between the trader and your domestic regulators within your country, but throughout the international trade transactions, right? So that's what we talk about cross-border, that's what we refer to by cross-border paperless trade. And that's a big problem right now because, it's gone again. Okay, it was almost there. My slides were almost there. I'm not sure. I could see them. I don't know if you could see them, but so it's coming. But the big issue is really the legal recognition of electronic data and documents across borders. Even if the electronic data and documents are available now in your systems, they are not legally recognized in the other countries. So what happens is, during the trade transaction process, you have to go back to paper. Even though you have everything electronic, you have to go back to paper again, and the guy on the other side, the importer on the other side, okay, has to rekey in everything and generate its own, again, electronic version of the documents, right? So the whole idea of this framework agreement on cross-border paperless trade in Asia-Pacific, okay, is about developing legal and technical solutions to make sure that electronic data and documents can be electronically exchanged and legally recognized between all the countries, right? So this obviously builds upon a little bit the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, but based on the numbers I just saw from Paul there, that's exactly what Thailand should be looking at, because you've already implemented the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, right? That's what the numbers are telling me. The framework agreement was negotiated in Bangkok, right? The development of the framework agreement started in 2012, okay, also in Bangkok. At that time, Republic of Korea and Thailand actually co-sponsored the resolution at ESCAP in Bangkok on developing the framework agreement, right? So now we're really at the signing, ratification, and implementation stage. So building upon a lot of the opening speech on we can't do business as usual if we want to move forwards and develop economies, I would encourage Thailand to actually take the leadership role in implementation of the framework agreements, since it's actually there. It's like 3 kilometers away from here, and all the countries are actually coming to discuss those matters. So we look forward to Thailand being much involved in this. So, I don't know, I already spoke my 15 minutes, right? So, we still have some time? Okay. So, okay. So I'm sorry, it's a bit disorganized here, but can we go back to the very first slide, please? Okay, very good. So hopefully you can, yes. So what I'm going to go through very briefly, and you can see this data online, is the result of the second United Nations Global Survey on trade facilitation and paperless trade implementation, right? So it's everybody, when we talk to countries, everybody says, well, we're implementing a lot of trade facilitation measures, right? But then it's not very clear always who is doing what and when and things like that, right? So a few years back, 2011, 2012, we decided to do a survey to really try to track down what is being done. And so this is the content of the survey covers 38 different types of trade facilitation measures. Most of them actually are listed and are included as commitment under the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, right? We refer to those as general trade facilitation measures. I think Paul mentioned transparency measures, such as, for example, publications of regulation on the internet, fees and formalities, streamlining measures such as application of risk management, and also institutional arrangement and cooperation, for example, establishment of the National Trade Facilitation Committees. I understand, and I congratulate Thailand for actually establishing this NTFC, I think, a few weeks back, okay, in the context of WTO. So the survey covers this and also covers transit facilitation measures, again, as specified in the Trade Facilitation Agreement of the WTO. But the survey also goes a bit beyond this. And one of the reasons, again, is because many countries, especially in Asia and the Pacific, they are quite advanced in implementation of number of trade facilitation. So we have paperless trade measures. So a good example of paperless trade measures is electronic customs declaration, right? Almost all countries in the world now, I mean, at least in Asia, have that kind of system in place. And we have cross-border paperless trade. An example of a cross-border paperless trade is the electronic exchange of electronic certificates of origin, right? And again, for ASEAN and for Thailand, you've got the ASEAN single window agreement in which you're exchanging certificates of origin. So you're already, again, quite advanced in this, right? In the survey, one thing we've tried to do is we've tried to capture the inclusive and sustainable angle of trade facilitation, right? And that's the theme of the forum of ITD. So we have measures on trade facilitation for SMEs, because what we found is that there is special needs, there is need for SMEs to get special help in taking advantage of some of the trade facilitation measures. We have measures on agricultural trade facilitation, and we have measures on women to support women participation in trade facilitation. So Kuntip will be very happy with this, I'm sure. Global coverage, 120 countries. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is in a snapshot of the result of the survey for 2017, right? So it's a bit small because we've got 44 countries for Asia and the Pacific. But what you can see here, you can see Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is at 60% implementation. So that means it implemented about 60% of all the trade facilitation and paperless trade measures we have in the survey, right? And then Thailand, so that's what I was talking about at the beginning, right? Thailand is at above, I have a hard time to see as well, above 75% implementation, right? Along with Malaysia and with only Singapore in Southeast Asia doing better, right? So that's quite encouraging in terms of the implementation of trade facilitation for Thailand. If you look at the leaders in the region, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, China, Republic of Korea, and Singapore are really like the best performers. So that's where there's a lot of good practices to look at. Next slide, please. We've done that survey also in 2015, so we can see the progress made. And the good news is, I mean, Southeast Asia continues to progress, and Thailand has continued to progress as well. Again, moving a little bit more to further implementation of national single window, and automation of some of the procedures. Next, please. What are the measures that are most implemented in Asia and the Pacific? So I think a lot of countries, so when we say a measure is implemented, some things are you're never done with. You're never finished implementing some things in some measures in trade facilitation. For example, in the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, there is this issue about cross-border, interagency collaboration at the border, right? That means that instead of, for example, having the customs doing inspection of shipments at the border and separately from having the quarantine of the Ministry of Agriculture doing inspection at the shipment, they try to do it together, right? So it's really close collaboration between agencies. I mean, you can always improve on this. You can always, so it's never-ending work. But the good news is that among the most implemented measures, most countries in Asia and the Pacific are implementing this. And also we see a lot of countries implementing what is called stakeholders consultation on new draft regulation prior to finalization. So that means that countries are now asking the private sector, or at least asking the other agencies before putting up a new regulation, which is great. And this is something that is included in the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. Many countries are implementing electronic and automated custom systems. And many countries, and I mean for Thailand probably not applicable, not relevant anymore, but in many countries they're actually making internet available at key border crossings. Because at the end, if the hard infrastructure is not there, it's very difficult to move to automation and paperless and so on. So the countries are taking advantage of this. Most implemented measure is also include putting all the regulations and procedures online on the internet. Next, please. Okay. Obviously, there is a lot of measures that are also not implemented, and so it would take me a long time to discuss this. But one of the ones that is dear to my heart, that I always highlight, that is also part of the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, that is not implemented in many countries, is the establishment and publication of average release times. What do we mean by that? It's basically monitoring. Countries are not monitoring their trade facilitation performance. They are not monitoring how long it takes to release goods at the borders, right? Does it, by the way, they don't monitor whether it takes 1 month today to release my car from the port, and then maybe in next year, if I buy a car next year, it's going to take 15 days, right? Or it's going to take 45 days, I don't know. So very little information on this. Countries are not taking the monitoring of trade facilitation as seriously as they should be. So that's one key thing of the survey. Can I get my slides back for one more slide, or it's gone? My slides are gone again. I'm very sorry. Okay, it's coming back. Also, okay, because I mean, yeah. So next, please. Okay. In the survey, again, big scope of coverage, but the key finding of the survey is that, yes, transparency measures, institutional arrangements are being put up, but paperless trade measures and cross-border paperless trade measures, right, are not progressing as much. So very low implementation there. Next slide, please. So I think I already introduced what is cross-border paperless trade, electronic exchange of data and documents, not between stakeholders in your countries, okay, but between countries, right? So a perfect example of a cross-border paperless trade system is the ASEAN Single Window Agreement and the ASEAN Single Window Systems. It's perfect on paper. In practice, signed in 2005, was supposed to be implemented in 2012, we're in 2017, still pilot implementation, right? So very difficult to do. This is not a criticism. ASEAN is the only country who actually committed to this kind of very advanced cross-border paperless trade measure, right? So this is great. And because of that, you're the sub-region, ASEAN is the sub-region in the world that has the largest number of single window systems in the world. So it's great, right? But we need to work together on making cross-border paperless trade happen, because you've been working on it in ASEAN, not so successfully so far. And many countries, Korea and so, are also trying. Very difficult to do it by yourself. Why? Because you need to adopt common international standards. You need to decide what those standards are, not easy. You need to harmonize legal frameworks. You need to build, to fill the capacity gaps among the parties. Okay? You need to have good cooperation between public and private sector, because data and documents in trade transactions, they involve business to government, exchange of information, government to government exchange of information, and also business to business, right? So all this needs to be coordinated. And one of the big problems you have is you don't have an intergovernmental coordination mechanism to make this happen, right? Next slide, please. The benefits are very large. We have estimated them, but I don't want to bother you with numbers. Next slide, please. And so one solution that has been developed over the last 4 years at ESCAP by member states, not by us, right? It's the countries who came together and sat there and decided what to do. It is this framework agreement on facilitation of cross-border paperless trade in Asia and the Pacific. Next slide, please. This is a treaty. This is a new UN treaty, so it's a very serious instrument. It's a legally binding instrument. that you need very high-level political commitments to be part of, but that is acknowledged by the WTO as a way to facilitate paperless trade and support the further implementation and better implementation of the trade facilitation agreement that Paul introduced. Next slide, please, and I will end there. I think it's also very much supported by the private sector. Next slide, please. Okay, so what it is, it's a UN treaty. It's open to interested 53 ESCAP member states, right? Both WTO members and non-WTO members, so it's very inclusive. For example, Bhutan, not a member, can be part of this. It's open for signature, so it was finalized last year after 4 years of discussion and negotiations. About 30 countries participated in this. The objective is to facilitate, again, the electronic exchange of data and documents among the countries, is to facilitate. It's not to make it mandatory to start exchanging all kind of information, right? Because this is very sensitive. But it provides an intergovernmental framework, right, to discuss how to make it happen. Because right now, still very difficult to make it happen. And so it's both supportive of the WTO trade facilitation agreement implementation, for example, the implementation of the single window provision in the WTO TFA, as well as implementation of sub-regional efforts, for example, the ASEAN single window agreement that has been difficult to implement. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, I will leave you with, I think, just that slide is about the gains from WTO TFA implementation, right? What we two key points here. We've done a lot of studies trying to find out how much you can reduce trade costs in Asia and the Pacific by implementing TFA. What we find is if you just try to comply with the TFA, okay, you almost gain nothing. And in fact, in the case of Thailand, exactly that. You already implemented it, so it's not like you're going to gain a lot, right? But if you use the TFA as a tool to implement trade facilitation even more and digitalize all the trade procedures, right, as a way to, then you can gain a lot in terms of trade cost reduction, right? So ICT application in trade facilitation have a very high trade cost reduction potential, and that's what we found in this. Next slide. Well, there is one deadline not to miss if Thailand wants to join the framework agreement, is 29 August. The signing ceremony, okay, is in Bangkok on 29 August for the framework agreement, right? But to sign this, you need approval from Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, or I think that's it, one of them. So I don't know where you stand in the process, but please consider. And the very last slide, please, next slide. Okay, and this actually goes out of topic a bit, but I found this I got this through the Bangkok Post of all places. And actually it's a study that was published in Harvard Business Review. And I wanted to show you this. This is a digital evolution index, okay, 2017, that shows the rate of change and readiness towards digital economy, okay, of countries using data from 2008 to 2015, right? And this is where Thailand stands. So Thailand stands at the edge of the blue here, which is the watch out category. That means basically you're not doing enough based on the 2008-2015 data. So, I mean, we are in 2017, so maybe now you're doing a lot. But at that time, based on that study, that's what they find. And what's interesting, and then in the green circle here, this is the countries that are sometimes at very low level of development, but we're really taking a lot of action on the digital front, right? And so you can see Bangladesh there. This is one of our member states. And that was kind of interesting because they're working on this. And in ASEAN, you can see Malaysia. And in the wider Asia-Pacific region and our member states, you can see China, like totally at the front over there, and then Russia as well, right? So working with some of those countries may actually be a good idea as well. And just a small note there is that those China and Russia are very strong supporters and involved in the framework agreement on cross-border paperless trade. Sorry, I'm very long. No. Thank you.
Actually, thank you so much, Jan. First of all, it's very unfair because you faced the technical difficulty, but still you did it in impressive time. But I also just want to kind of link the threads before I know we have time out, just to make sure that our participants also understand that there is a common thread. First of all, this region is the home of all the free trade agreements and all the different multilateral agreements and bilateral agreements. And the cross-border paperless trade agreement came about through a vigorous and rigorous study that showed that a majority of all of these bilaterals and multilaterals that each of your countries are involved in requires paperless trade as one of the so-called requirements in order to trade with one another. But if you look as a whole, as an ASCAP region or as an Asia-Pacific region, if you don't do it today, you really need to do it anyway because you're part of that party. And the second most important thing also, which what Paul mentioned about the benefits of TFA is, yes, you may be doing very well in TFA, for instance, Thailand, but you need to also move up yourself away from doing the basics and actually trying to create value. How do you create new value out of these mechanisms or these agreements so that we can, further as Dr. Supachai, if I can borrow his words, trade is only a means, right? Trade facilitation is also a means. So what is the end of doing these trade facilitation is the bigger question, which we will be having this longer conversation because this is one of the puzzles, right? Session 2 will be talking about regional integration, how that works within this context. And then in the third session, we look at digital economy and digital trade. And there's a lot of complexities and how this will impact not just, as Dr. Supachai was saying, not just technology itself, it also impacts directly on investment agreements, international investment agreements, business laws, treaties and conventions, and how is that going to impact everything else that happens within this space. So at least we'll leave it today on that note. I'd like to I know we're right out of time, but if Paul or Jan would like to have one word, maybe not one word, one sentence that you'd like to leave our participants with as food for thought.
I kick off? Okay. I think it was very complimentary what Jan and I introduced. The cross-border agreement that ESCAP has developed, I think, is very important for this region. And countries are at very different levels of implementation of trade facilitation here. If there would one thing I would also say for this region is that the regional assistance and capacity building. Yes, Thailand has implemented a lot at national level. You can always do more. But look at also what you can do with and for your neighbors. Because there are neighboring countries here that could benefit from the experience that Thailand has already gained, from the development Thailand has already gone through. So see how this can be also applied in neighboring countries. And again there, we are ready to assist in that context as well. So a collaboration between countries in order to raise the general level in the region, I think, would be beneficial.
Any last words, Jan? One sentence.
One sentence?
Yes, please.
Because I've taken too long. One sentence. Well, I think, Asia and ASEAN needs to understand that in some areas they can lead, and they can lead the world. And they don't have to always, go to Geneva, go to Europe, go to the US and follow what they do, because this is the time for Asia. And I've been here 15 years, and I really believe that. Thank you.
Well, on that positive note, we end. I'd like to, let's give them a round of applause for their wonderful presentation. And so I'm sorry about the very late adjournment here. So we will have lunch now. I think there's a public announcement. I'm so sorry about the time.
Yes, my name is Greg Grajity. I used to be working closely with UNCTAD, but I just addressed right to the point. The trade facilitation agreement, in fact, has been signed and implemented in Asian region for quite some time, in particular in the GMS region. I remember the past 20 years, the ADB had been providing support for the construction, the road network, and certainly the cross-border agreement has been one of the most important elements, so that the bus, trucks, and all those vehicle can move across the border at less time. But the experience shows that after all this agreement has been signed and implemented, this day the bus and truck from Thailand cannot still enter Malaysia and vice versa. So I don't know if the trade facilitation agreement should also link to this physical movement. And believe that when we have a complete road network from China to Singapore, Yunnan to wherever in the US country, but the domestic transportation business, they don't want the bus from foreign country to have their share of the transportation business. So that's why up to this day, after all these roads have been built, the bridges, but the bus and truck from China still cannot enter Thailand and go down to Singapore. So I think trade facilitation agreement to ratify, to become member, that's one thing. But I think much more important is implementation.
Yes.
And we have to take into account the reality. You see, to ask ADB, you can open the website ADB trade facilitation. So I just like to ask you how this the WTO trade facilitation agreement, which is multilateral, should be also appear in the regional agreement, in our FTA agreement, ASEAN, ASEAN China, ASEAN India, and so on. So thank you very much.
Yeah, briefly, I think thank you for raising this very important point. I mean, I have myself been involved in developing also, for instance, the GMS agreement. And basically, this and many other regional or sub-regional agreements are building on the same principles as the TFA. It's the same idea. The problem with many of the regional, sub-regional, or even international agreements, as UN agreements, are that they are not enforceable. If a country doesn't respect, if a country doesn't want to sit together and negotiate, there's not much you can do. The advantage of pulling all of this under the trade facilitation agreement, bringing it under WTO, is that at least with WTO there are some mechanisms whereby you can try to rectify these issues in the WTO context. Enforceable in the way that if a country doesn't respect its commitments, you can take them ultimately in front of a panel, and no countries are very interested in sitting and defending their situation there. So I think this is an advantage, building on the same principles as you have already, so the issues are complementary, and that's where I see the big advantage. Just one last point, and we have not mentioned that. The TFA is all about soft measures. It's not hard infrastructure. Hard infrastructure is equally important, has to go hand in hand with facilitation measures. You can have the best roads in the world. If you don't have facilitation, you don't get anywhere. You can have the best facilitation measures. If your roads are not up to scratch, you don't get anywhere. So it has to be a joint effort and a joint investment.
All right, and I think we'll have to wrap it up there because I think lunch is already announced and we won't have much time for the next session. But in any case, our speakers will still be here. You can approach them personally if you have any questions. And we do apologize for this, for making this so abruptly. Back to the MC.
Well, thank you very much. And please give a big hand to both panelists, Mr. Hansen and Monsieur Duval, and also the moderatress, Kun Duongtip Chomprang, for having conducted the session very wonderfully as well. And of course, very valuable questions from the floor as well. Well, and the lunch, I think, is prepared for all of us. And now it's time to move forward to refresh ourselves and to recharge our battery with lunch. And therefore, I would like to invite all the participants to have lunch together at the cuisine restaurant, Glen Spa or Wine Pub. And therefore, please ensure that we all will be back to resume the afternoon sessions at 1:15 let me remind you once more, 1:15, and then we'll come back here once more here in this particular room. And for the afternoon sessions, let me give you the overview. We'll start with the second keynote speaker by Dr. Surin Pitsuwan, the former ASEAN Secretary General, under the theme New Geopolitical Challenges to Regional Cooperation and Integration, followed by the two other panel discussions, which is under the theme Connectivity, Development and Regional Integration, the agenda of CMLVT. Of course, each of the letters represents each particular country: Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam, and Thailand, followed by the last sessions of the day under the theme Building the Digital Economy, a Digital Trade Imperative. And therefore, now I wish all of you to have a wonderful lunch, and please be back by 1:15 or 1:15. And from now, thank you very much and bon appetit. Under the topic, the new trends.
ไงดีถ้าเจอเรื่องบังเอิญแบบซีรีส์เกาหลี